Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. I'm very excited to be with you tonight with a new segment. I have called this new segment RAAR and RAAR in two cringy ways to sum up. We are going to focus on a single watch, on a single model, and go through its various references, series, and generations, and also complement that selection, complement that catalog with select results from auctions. With the help of one of my most consistent and generous supporters, I Love Maldives. Shout out to Maldives. I have decided to start this series with the Journe Tourbillon, which has a relatively short lifespan when you think of horological history. But it is a watch that is deeply immersed in the tradition of watchmaking, and it comes from arguably the most important independent watchmaker of our time, and it is arguably if not one of the most representative models by him. Of course, when we think of the Journe brand today, perhaps the chronomètre à résonance comes to mind more instantly, more frequently, but we shouldn't forget that François-Paul Journe's adventure, François-Paul Journe's venture in watchmaking started with a tourbillon, namely the tourbillon pocket watch that you are looking at right now. This story has been told numerous times by François-Paul Journe himself, and in a very touching manner, I must say. He talks about how, while working at his uncle's repair workshop in Paris, he would come in close contact with many important collectors of his time, and therefore had exposure to some of the most elite tourbillon pocket watches. There's that story about Dr. Eugène Geschwind visiting the workshop with two tourbillon pocket watches, one made by Breguet and the other by George Daniels, which of course made the young François-Paul dream of owning tourbillon one day himself. Except, of course, he thought they were so impossibly expensive, so incredibly out of reach for him, that he had to make one himself to be able to own it. And this 1983 tourbillon pocket watch is the fruit of that labor. It is the end product of those youthful dreams. I want you to hold this image in your head because it will come back. It will come back in an anniversary model that commemorates this monumental artifact. the 1983 Tourbillon pocket watch that was incidentally the first watch that had the FP Journe name on the dial, as you can see here on the left-hand side. FP Journe à Paris. Of course, the movement itself is a tribute to classic pocket watches with a brass caliber with a frosted gilt finish. The oversized and heat-blued screws are perhaps as much of an highlight as is the finely hand-finished tourbillon bridge, not to mention the tourbillon cage itself. It really is a beautiful, beautiful piece. Of course, François-Paul Journe did not give up on the tourbillon when he finally decided to make wristwatches. Pocket watches are, of course, always commanding great respect among collectors, but as a watchmaker, as an enterprising young watchmaker, I think François-Paul Journe quickly realized that he had to find a way of reaching out beyond the half a dozen to dozen close-knit community of elite pocket watch collectors to actually make a business out of his work, out of his life's labor. And he quickly settled on wristwatches. Of course, the particular watch you are looking at right now is from 1991. It is one that he still holds in his collection, and it is one that he wore himself for many years. This was at the time where François-Paul Journe was still doing commissioned work for larger brands such as Breguet and Asprey. And both of these companies were actually offered the chance to produce the first series of François-Paul Journe's tourbillon wristwatches, but for one reason or another, these projects fell through, perhaps altogether turned down by these larger makers, and it was pretty much the reason that convinced François-Paul Journe to establish his own brand, that set him off on his own path, that made him the independent watchmaker that he is today. The rest is history, as they say. This first few prototypes, there were exactly 3 made, 1 for himself, 2 for collectors, were encased in platinum and actually had a gold caliber. And what impresses me most about FP Journe's earlier work, even in the early 90s, which is, you might say, for a young brand, significantly early in the process, not to mention before the establishment of his brand, he already had a lot of the aesthetic codes and the main ideas deeply etched in his mind. You can see how this 1991 prototype is aesthetically quite close to that first series, that first generation of reference T, the original Tourbillon Souverain, which was to mark the initiation of the FP Journe brand. And I have said that the Tourbillon wristwatch is perhaps the representative model for François-Paul Journe's watchmaking and FP Journe as a brand. And of course, it carries into a new age, into the age of the wristwatch, Breguet's patented invention, the regulatory mechanism that remains almost inevitably tied to his proper name. I think also, even in terms of its aesthetic expression, even in terms of its dial layout, the Tourbillon wristwatch also is perhaps the truest, the purest representation of Journe's approach to watchmaking, which is deeply rooted, on the one hand, in accuracy and precision. It's not a coincidence that a great number of his models are called chronomètre, chronometer, from chronomètre résonance to chronomètre bleu, to chronomètre souverain, to chronomètre optimum, and of course the tourbillon itself, with its background in compensating for errors with its rotating cage against the effects of gravity in the era of pocket watches, perhaps is the embodiment of that chronometric standards. And it is also an evocative one. It is also a beautiful and emotional representation of that chronometric principle. And you can see that exactly here in the proportional juxtaposition with, on the one hand, the off-center dial for the hours and minutes, right there by the crown, and also the exactly proportional tourbillon cage that faces it. In this prototype, there is essentially no dial. What you are looking at is the base plate of the movement, of that gold movement. And of course, François Paul will preserve this aesthetic, this particular appearance of the watch's face with the 18-karat gold dials that will adorn the commercially available, the serially produced models. You will also see the exposed cone and feeler power reserve mechanism right above the tourbillon cage. And again, in an almost exact symmetry, juxtaposed to the solid silver dial for hours and minutes. you see the cutout that gives us a view of the remontoir stop wheel that is held in place with a rounded remontoir cock that is black polished. And you can see how the dial here is quite distinctly in the style of Breguet with Roman numerals, with the Clou de Paris center dial decoration, engine turns with every single sector furthermore framed by this fluted detail, what also goes by the name of coin edging in English. And the hands are, of course, blued and in the traditional style associated with Breguet. And there's the cone and feeler power reserve indicating 32 hours at full crank. And you see in this prototype, there is actually a seconds hand that is part of the tourbillon cage in the similar heat blued style. This is still in the brand's collection, and it was François-Paul Journe's wristwatch for many years. This is another example of those prototypes made this time for a client. And you can see again how François-Paul Journe does not diverge from, does not quickly leave behind his established sense of aesthetics. Platinum case, gold movement, for these three prototypes that were first introduced in 1991, brought to Baselworld then, unfortunately to not a particular upsurge of interest, but his time was to come. And when it was time indeed for François-Paul Journe to establish his brand, his namesake brand, the Tourbillon wristwatch was one of the original subscription series, which we would see right here, the first generation, as it were, one of the 20 pieces that were paid in advance, following once again a method, perhaps a fail-safe method that was left for Breguet's successors, 20 watches for the first series. Now, I want to literally zoom out at this point before we go on that specific direction, talking about the different generations of the first reference, reference T, let's take in a broader look and talk about the various different kinds of tourbillon wristwatches that were made by François-Paul Journe over the years. You see in my thumbnail a number of these pieces represented. We have already mentioned that in 1999, the introduction of the brand saw also the production of the subscription series. In 2004, the reference would be replaced by the Tourbillon Nouveau, the new tourbillon, which initially seems like a minor aesthetic shift, but actually the watch was based on a movement that was designed from the ground up, only keeping the same tourbillon cage, which once again impresses upon us how important this particular watch, this particular concept was to François-Paul Journe, because when he was managing that transition around 2003, 2004, with the introduction of his 18 karat pink gold movements, he basically simply renamed a lot of the other series that were part of the catalog. It was only the tourbillon that was not simply ameliorated, was not simply transitioned. It was the tourbillon that was, in fact, rethought at the time. Of course, before that shift, the ruthenium series assumes a particular importance. These were the series that introduced for the first time the enlarged 40 millimeter cases, which is quite oversized for that time period, for the style of the wristwatch especially, and also keeping in mind that F.P. Journe watches perhaps privilege a certain sleekness and elegance before everything else. Nevertheless, this was a way of having a victory lap of sorts for the brass movements. And in this case, both the brass movements and the gold dial of the watches are ruthenium coated. These were produced in 99 examples and remain quite exclusive and a very interesting genre to collect. We will touch base on this again as the show progresses, but the ruthenium series that was produced between 2001 and 2003 were still around $100,000 in the market around 2016. So that's something to keep note of. And they left they passed the baton, so to speak, to the Tourbillon Nouveau, which had an entirely new movement that was rendered in its bridge plates and in its base plates in 18 karat pink gold, which was for FP Journe actually a return to form. As I mentioned, they were initially conceived in the prototype form with platinum cases and gold movements. When the Tourbillon Nouveau was introduced as a standard choice, they were with a platinum case with a white gold movement and pink gold case with a pink gold dial. However, variances exist, and this visual serves a way to demonstrate that. As you see in the middle, a platinum case with a pink gold dial. And for a while, they were also produced in 38 millimeter cases, which themselves went extinct, themselves were discontinued in 2015. As you can see, this new movement actually has so-called natural deadbeat seconds, which utilizes the remontoir d'égalité, the constant force mechanism, to operate these deadbeat seconds. And as it was important for François-Paul Journe to expose and exhibit this mechanism in the first generation, in the first reference, it was important here to perhaps demonstrate its precision in the form of deadbeat seconds, or as it is called in French, seconde morte, which is a horological expression, which is a horological demonstration of the art that makes time stand still. So you can see there's a different balance for the Tourbillon Nouveau of 2004, quite a long-standing reference between 2004 and 2018, where the power reserve is distinctly between the two juxtaposed primary elements of the timepiece. and where the subdial for deadbeat seconds tangentially touches both of those elements, binding them in a sense into one common foundation for Journe's Tourbillon souverain. This can be an opportunity to talk about some of the main variations. The black label, the boutique editions were introduced as a concept, I believe, in '05 and '06, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, '06 and '07. And these were watches that served kind of a doubled purpose. Of course, it allowed the FP Journe boutiques to be set apart, to be differentiated from authorized retailers. And also, they were a way of distinguishing and reinforcing the sense of community among the Journe collectors, since these were watches that were only made available to those who already owned FP Journe watches. They were distinguished in each case, as you can see here, with their black lacquered dials. So this is an important and distinct variation of the Tourbillon Nouveau that one comes across, again, quite exclusive in its own way. For me, what is perhaps one of the most interesting variations is the reference TT, so to speak. Only 20 examples. This was a way of celebrating the 5th anniversary of the Tokyo boutique, which was the first boutique of FP Journe. And undeniably, for the longest time, the Japanese market was one of the two most important markets for François-Paul Journe, with the US markets. And of course, this has been a tradition for many brands indeed to recognize the importance, the significance of Japanese collectors. And he has been making limited editions that honor the Tokyo boutique with titanium cases. With the Tourbillon, this is perhaps doubly important because what you have here is a titanium case and also a tourbillon cage made out of titanium, which is very important because that is much lighter. And this can be a moment also for us to think about why the remontoir d'égalité was included in FP Journe's tourbillon from the very first. Of course, the tourbillon itself is there to ensure rate stability, but the cage introduces additional inertia and friction because of its weight and because, of course, its rotation as well. Thus, the remontoir allows it to have the constant force, since the effect of that additional inertia and friction becomes, of course, all the more pronounced as the mainspring winds down. So the amplitude is kept at a stable rate thanks to the remontoir, which was brought into the world of wristwatches for the first time with the FP Journe Tourbillon. So here with the TT that was produced in 07 and 08 to honor the 5th anniversary of FP Journe's first boutique, FP Journe's boutique in Tokyo. Aesthetically also, I think, a very pleasing watch, in addition to its uniqueness in terms of the materials. The burnt orange color of the printing on the dial, I think, coordinates beautifully with the pink gold elements, pink gold accents of the watch, as well as, of course, what we get to see through the opening of the tourbillon cage. These were made in 20 examples and evenly allocated between the 4 boutiques at the time: Tokyo, Hong Kong, Geneva, and Boca Raton. And they were numbered accordingly on the back. And I think this can be a nice moment for us to look at some auctions. Let me see what I have right here. This is a beautiful example that is just coming up for sale. So this is not going to be necessarily for market assessment purposes, but rather for us to admire this particular piece. And as you can see, Philips's photo, I think, really brings out what I was talking about when it comes to the inscriptions on the dial. This piece is from the upcoming Hong Kong watch auction, number 17, lot number 1005, number 4 of the 5 pieces that were allocated through the Boca Raton boutique in Florida, which was at the time the only US boutique. As you can see, reference TT for Tourbillon Titanium. Number 4 out of 5 for USA Boca Raton. And this particular example is, in an interesting way, matched with that classic platinum FP Journe bracelets. You can see how delightfully sleek these pieces are. I have mentioned before that François-Paul Journe privileges that classical elegance in case construction, in the making of his timepieces. And the Tourbillon Nouveau was still under 10 millimeters in thickness. And of course, that is quite a feat, considering that it also has remontoir d'égalité, the constant force mechanism that uses a blade spring, of course, to be able to fit into such a slender case. This piece, again, is incidentally coming up for sale on November 25th. So in a few days, really, in Hong Kong, for the Philips Hong Kong watch auction number 17, lots 1005. And the pre-auction estimate is set between 205,000 to 410,000 in US dollars, 1.6 to 3.2 in million in Hong Kong dollars, the local currency for the auction. Very beautiful piece, and I kind of like the juxtaposition between the titanium case and the platinum bracelets. The dial is ruthenium coated, which will be familiar to us from the ruthenium series, which had the platinum case, of course. But I think that gunmetal gray coating is a great complement to the titanium case as well. Let's go back to our generations. Oops. All right here. This is a very helpful infographic prepared by watchformoi.com that represents the major variations of the Tourbillon Nouveau. And even as we will geek out about the 4 major series discovered, laid out by collectors for reference T, I think it's very beautiful to contemplate these major variations of reference TN as well. And as you can see, these pieces also benefit in a major way from the growth of FP Journe as a brand, gradually in the beginning, of course, but certainly very significantly with the acquisition of its own case maker and its own dial maker around the turn of the century to start off the new millennium with a bang. We have a great variety of dials for special editions, for limited editions, dials made from semi-precious stones, dials that are lacquered and presented in very attractive colors, and even dials that are hand engraved. Speaking of the semi-precious stone dials, you will see how these early pieces that were made for the sincere fine watches out of Singapore are actually made from a single slice, which of course proved to be extremely fragile. And you can see how in later variations of semi-precious stone dials, such as this evergreen and ever so popular jade dial, you can see there's a subtle modification. The dial actually consists of 2 pieces for the top and bottom halves of the dial, and in each case, at the traditional 3 and 9 o'clock positions, there's a nice aesthetic cover-up with these subtle bridges. Right, for example, the later 2018, the Hourglass, which has an aventurine dial, you can see again similarly, you have those subtle bridges at the traditional 3 and 9 o'clock positions by the timekeeping dial and by the tourbillon cage, making up for the 2-part dial, bridging, in fact, the 2 parts of the dial. And this also goes for the 2019 Cœur de Rubis edition as well, which was a nice way of sending off the Tourbillon Nouveau, giving way to the Tourbillon Vertical, which is the series now. But we have a couple of steps to go before we arrive there. 2013 was an important anniversary for François-Paul Journe. I mentioned that the first watch to carry his name was this 1983 Tourbillon pocket watch. And to honor that watch, to honor that legacy, in 2013, FP Journe released a limited edition of 99 pieces, namely the reference Tourbillon Historique, also known as T30, which was revitalization, which was the resurrection of that original pocket watch that arguably has started it all. This watch has many unique aesthetic elements and intricate details that make it, again, extremely collectible beyond its limited number. First of all, even though the piece is a wristwatch, it is styled as a pocket watch, consisting of a solid silver case with a pink gold bezel in the front and on the back. The piece has a hinged case back and features, for all intents and purposes, the same movements as that original pocket watch. This is the only serially produced brass movement reference on brass movements, FP Journe reference on the hither side of that 2004 transition. And again, absolutely beautiful. And they were numbered on that guilloche decorated case back individually. A recent auction result that I want to share with you when it comes to the T30. You see, and please hit the like button in the meantime. If you have any relevant questions, if you have any questions about the FP Journe Tourbillon, please feel free to direct them to me. And Taipei says, I would rather buy a house. Priorities. That's a good man. Good man. I wish I had your discipline in terms of my budget, in terms of my priorities. This is a recent Christie's sale from the RAAR Watches auction on November 6th, one of the highlights of the fall auction, quote-unquote, weekend in Geneva. Of course, both the solid silver and pink gold elements of the case, both the sterling silver and the pink gold elements of the case have taken on a certain patina over the years, which I think is quite charming. Beautifully mirror polished on the inside of the case back, which can serve further exhibition purposes from different angles, and of course can be very evocatively inscribed as well. And as you can see, the guilloche decorated case back, at the very heart of it, is engraved with the unique number of the piece from that 99 unit limited edition. The number 18 of the 30th anniversary FP Journe Tourbillon, the T30, was sold on November 6th, 2023 for 378,000 Swiss francs. Now, there is an even more rare version of this commemorative piece, with a kind of tuxedo dial treatment and more of a modernist mold. As you can see, the silver dial this time has a blackened off-center hour and minutes dial, which has an overlapping subdial for seconds. And this piece actually, as you can see, is presented in a more modern exhibition case back. You're looking at T10. The architecture of the movement remains the same, and so is its finishing, frosted and gilt, but this time it is actually an 18-karat pink gold movement in the more modern, more recognizable FP Journe house style. The Tourbillon 10e actually commemorated another anniversary, namely the 10th anniversary of FP Journe's first boutique in Tokyo. Number 10 held another importance at the time, because by 2013, FP Journe actually had 10 boutiques, and this was such a selective, such a limited edition watch. It actually was a run of 10 pieces. Apparently, there was an initial application period where each boutique could suggest 3 names, out of which 1 name for each location was handpicked by François-Paul Journe himself. These have very rarely come up for sale in public. They very rarely surface in the public sphere, so to speak, but it has happened. And that rare occasion was most certainly something to marvel for us. I hope I still have this link. This is from last year. It is a truly stunning watch. Again, maybe diverges ever so slightly for the purposes of that commemorative edition, but is absolutely worth it. What a beautiful choice for the leather strap too. To my knowledge, this is the only example of the T10 to be sold publicly. Platinum case, pink gold movements with what we can call a certain interpretation of a tuxedo dial. This watch was lot number 2382 from Christie's Hong Kong Important Watches and the Rise of the Independent Watchmakers, featuring the Kairos collection part 2, sold for 11,730,000 in Hong Kong dollars on May 24th in 2022. And that translates to right around $1.5 million in US dollars. I have a few more surprises up my sleeve, by the way, before we proceed with the, well, as we proceed with the systematic catalog of these references. So stay tuned. But I think both the T30 and T10 are great recognition of not only F.P. Journe's own legacy, marking the 30th anniversary of his first watch, of his first tourbillon in the pocket watch form. Also, in terms of its aesthetics, I think it honors both aesthetically and technically the two masters François-Paul Journe chose for himself, namely Abraham Louis Breguet as the father of tourbillon, and also, of course, Dr. George Daniels, who, in an important sense, was the father of independent watchmaking in our contemporary era, even though perhaps he represents that Platonic ideal of the solitary watchmaker in a way that's hardly imitated by many in our age. really a stunning piece, like Captain Kirk has said in the chat. Extremely collectible, of course. Significantly more rare than its companion reference, T30, which was in 99 examples, and thus very rarely seen in the public eye. Now, 2015 was an important year once again for FP Journe, because it marks not one, but two pièces uniques, so to speak, two one-of-a-kind pieces that surfaced, that appeared in two charity auctions. The one that you see on the left with the purple engraved dial is the watch that was sold for Action Innocence, which is a children's charity, in May of 2015. That watch sold for 350,000 Swiss francs, which even for a one-of-a-kind watch was certainly a watershed for the history of this watchmaker. Later in that year, for the only watch auction, the Tourbillon Bleu appeared with a dial that evokes the radiant blue of the famous and ever so popular chronomètre bleu of the manufacturer, and also with a tantalum case to match. That piece at the time was sold by Philips. So let's take a look. Going back to 2015. Thank you for bearing my face as we transition between different parts. This is a one-man show, which comes with a lot of advantages, but the disadvantage is that I work completely on my own and I have to manage these transitions myself. There we go, a closer shot of that tantalum case with its gunmetal gray look, which is at once quite stern but also suggestively sporty, and with a blue dial that also harkens to the color scheme of the chronomètre bleu, which remains a very popular entry to the FP Journe brand. Of course, that popularity makes it scarcely available to a first-time buyer, and it makes it very difficult to obtain at the suggested retail price, but that is a topic for a different discussion. This was lot number 13, lucky number 13, from the 2015 edition of Only Watch. an auction that was held on November 7th of that year. The Tourbillon Souverain Bleu with the tantalum case and the blue chrome dial sold for 550,000 Swiss francs. It looks like, even though it is technically just a Tourbillon Nouveau, it looks like it is a different watch, right? Perhaps the example that dramatizes the modernist approach to traditional watchmaking that François-Paul Journe aims to exemplify in his career. This brings us to the contemporary reference. After 14 years in production, reference TN, the new Tourbillon Nouveau, gave way to a new tourbillon wristwatch that was once again thought from the ground up. The tourbillon vertical. And even though it is by all means a completely new timepiece, in a very important way, it still preserves a lot of the aesthetic and technical elements of François-Paul Journe's tourbillon, even as it brings everything to the next level and introduces a number of important modifications and innovations. First of all, the tourbillon is vertically installed, which means that the rim of the balance wheel is visible from the face of the watch. Technically speaking, without even mentioning the fact that it is a 30-second tourbillon, which means that it compensates for errors at twice the speed of an average tourbillon. It responds to a technical issue that was posed to F.P. Journe, and it is a rendition of the tourbillon, perhaps, that honors most precisely the way it was intended as a regulatory mechanism for a pocket watch, right? At the end of the day, the idea for the tourbillon is you are trying to find the vertical position to compensate for the adverse effects of gravity. Of course, the average wristwatch spends at least a third of its lifetime off the wrist of its wearer, of the collector. And in that case, whether it has a pin buckle or a déployant buckle, whether it rests on its face or on the side, of course, a conventional tourbillon in the wristwatch form loses its vertical positioning, and therefore, of course, loses the advantage it gained by aiding stability for compensating for its errors. So this vertical placement allows the Tourbillon wristwatch, no matter how it's taken off and placed, usually at night, right, where the wearer takes it off, this tourbillon will always stand vertically. And I guess this particular picture serves to demonstrate that also dramatically, and to perhaps dramatize the spectacle of the tourbillon, which, of course, for François-Paul Journe plays perhaps an equally important part. The tourbillon cage, the carriage, is framed by a mirror-polished flange, and the back of the movement is similarly designed to give full view to that vertically placed tourbillon. And overall, perhaps it is more, shall we say, engaging, more consists of simply more visual interest on the back as well, adding to that visual presentation the bridges for both the tourbillon carriage as well as the remontoir. You can see the remontoir stop wheel right there as well, with a flat, black polished remontoir cock. The bridges too are black polished. The large base plates, or rather the large bridge plate of the movement, is given a circular Côte de Genève finish. And again, true to form, the tourbillon vertical also marks a return to the dial-less presentation. What you're looking at on the dial is actually what you're looking at on the face of the watch, as we shall put it perhaps, is the base plate of the movement that is decorated by engine turning with Clou de Paris hobnail pattern, and the inscriptions are engraved and filled with black enamel. And for the first time in a serially produced FP Journe watch, we now have an enamel dial, which takes full advantage of the increased size and especially thickness of this watch. Which is 13.6 millimeters thick. The case is 13.6 millimeters thick, of course, mostly to accommodate the vertically installed tourbillon. The watch, I think, importantly marks perhaps a new era, perhaps a new venture when it comes to the FP Journe Tourbillon. As I mentioned, the earlier generations largely presented this timeless, perhaps even in a certain sense miniaturized, but certainly sleek and conservative styling and proportions. The TV, the Tourbillon Vertical, that was introduced in 2019 on the 20th anniversary of the brand, on the 20th anniversary of that first series. It is 42 millimeters and again 13.6 millimeters thick, so it's wears quite differently, you might say radically differently, compared to the great number of FP Journe Tourbillon wristwatches. Indeed, a great variety of FP Journe wristwatches, period. But I guess having probably crossed not only the 20-year mark, but also the 1,000 mark, roughly speaking, for the number of tourbillons produced, it was important to perhaps continue to invent and realize, invent and make, as the motto of the brand has it. And the Tourbillon Vertical, I think, delivers on that promise. This might not be dramatically marked on the dial and on the power reserve, but now we have an 80-hour power reserve, which of course builds on what was 42 in the first generation, 55 in the second. The Tourbillon Vertical has an 80-hour power reserve, and it is basically a $250,000 watch. That's the retail price. I think it's right around $240,000, including tax in Swiss francs. As you know, the difference between pink gold and platinum in terms of the premium that you have to pay for a platinum case is relatively minimal when it comes to FP Journe, which goes to explain the relative rarity of pink gold examples when it comes to just about any FP Journe model, but certainly the most desirable models. So that can be a rule of thumb. All things being equal, the pink gold example has a tendency to perform better in the market simply because it's relatively rare. It's less in number because most people almost instinctively chose platinum since the premium was worth it, so to speak. I think ultimately, again, the decision should be unique to the collector. You know, some people love pink gold and would hardly want to wear anything else. Some prefer the heft and the relative subtlety of the white metal. That's, I think, of course, perhaps most exquisitely presented in platinum. But all things being equal, if you are somehow guided by value retention or even quote unquote investment value, the pink gold examples seem to be more limited in number and thus actually command the premium on the secondary markets. There is actually an example of this relatively new and still quite rare in public model. It is one that was sold by Christie's Hong Kong last May, on May 22nd specifically. It is the watch that we were just looking at, lot 2541, a 2022 example of the Tourbillon Vertical, matched with a platinum pin buckle. Again, 42 millimeters in a platinum case, significantly thicker than earlier generations. This particular piece, lot 2541, Christie's Hong Kong from last spring, the Ultimate Collection, sold for $3,150,000 in Hong Kong dollars. Which is a little over 400,000 in US dollars. Both a return to form in the way that it goes all the way back to 1991 for its dial-less presentation, and a vehicle for aesthetic and technical innovation for the FP Journe brand, the white enamel dial and the vertically installed 30-second tourbillon being the primary examples of such newness on the face of the watch. And as mentioned, the movement itself has a more engaging, perhaps more exciting, more dynamic presentation when it comes to quote-unquote the business side of the watch. Please don't hesitate to hit the like button. I did promise some interesting and early examples. Honestly, I wanted this show to be almost exhaustive, but there is always a balance. There is always a way of reining yourself in when it comes to these kinds of endeavors, but I still want to share with you some very interesting and relatively rare examples of it, living up to the name of the show, right, which is RAAR. Some of you will remember the Opus series by Harry Winston from the early 2000s. This was the project that put Harry Winston on the map as an elite watchmaker, in addition to being a jeweler. This was also evocatively a project that was initiated by Maximilian Büsser, who is now familiar to us with his own brand, MBNF. And Opus 1, in fact, the first installment of this project, featured a collaboration with François-Paul Journe. As it happens, this is actually a collaboration that had 3 installments, as it were, 6 examples each of essentially réserve de marche, chronomètre résonance, and the model that you're looking at now, which is the Tourbillon Souverain. On the face of it, and on paper, this is a 38 millimeter watch. It has the same movement, and again, in terms of the specs, the same size as its contemporary reference T. However, the unique case shape, perhaps paradoxically, at once makes it wear smaller, but also appear larger on the wrist. I said there are 6 examples, but essentially each and every one of them are one of a kind, inscribed thus on the dial as pièce unique. There was a turquoise dial, which is what you're looking at, a pink dial example, which has also come up in public auction and which I'm going to share with you momentarily. There's one with a silver dial, one with a gray dial, and 2 gem set dials, a black dial set with 118 diamonds and a blue dial set with 118 diamonds as well. These are, again, essentially one-of-a-kind examples of the first generation FP Journe Tourbillon, the reference T. Even as the entire series, and even between the 3 different models, they are less in number than the subscription series. So you might say even more rare for that reason. And so 18 between the three models, 6 for each model, with each piece essentially being a one-of-a-kind watch. So you might say, you know, all things being equal, in this crazy market, these pieces seem to be slightly underappreciated. And of course, it has that beautiful tradition on the dial too. Harry Winston, Tourbillon, but it also says animé par F.P. Journe Invenit et Fetsit. Of course, aesthetically, both the face of the watch and its case is quite different. But this is precisely what makes it unique. Housed in a 38 millimeter platinum Harry Winston case with the hinged lugs, harkening back to the facades of that original flagship location, the three-finger columns specifically. And the blue one is an absolutely stunning dial that they actually present as turquoise, and I can't really argue with that. Of course, a brass movement example, rhodium plated, inscribed accordingly, even though it is the same caliber, 1498. This piece was sold as lot number 142 at the Philips Geneva Watch Auction number 13 in the spring of 2021 for 453,600 in Swiss francs. So $500,000, basically. And a month later, this time as part of their Hong Kong auction, namely the Hong Kong auction number 12, Philips sold the pink dial example from this series. I think, sorry, I want to go back because I believe there is a video presentation here as well with the inimitable Alexandre Otby. Really stunning to see the timepiece in action. Both in terms of the rotation of the tourbillon carriage and, of course, the turning of the remontoir stop wheel as well. Again, even though the visual presentation is quite different, the larger aesthetic codes are all preserved, since the piece is built on the same movements. The proportional juxtaposition of the off-center dial for timekeeping and the tourbillon carriage remains, I think, the main attraction of the piece, and again, perhaps the purest representation of the double commitment of François-Paul Journe to chronometric accuracy and precision on the one hand, and beauty and emotional evocation in horology in the other. With that, we are back to the pink dial example. Again, as I mentioned, these are essentially all one-of-a-kind pieces, even though they represent 6 examples in total. And they come from an era where the FP Journe Tourbillon was the first and only wristwatch with remontoire. The pink dial example from the same series was sold again at the Philips Hong Kong auction number 12 in the June of 2021, and it went for $3,654,000 in Hong Kong dollars. Which, sorry, I want to give you a relatively precise number, which is a little above 468,000 in US dollars. So 2 years ago, which on the one hand, of course, is one of the hottest times that the watch market ever experienced, but it's also a time where perhaps these sorts of rare, relatively unique, and unique examples of FP Journe's early watchmaking were being recognized. So it would be interesting to see when one of these pieces or one of the other 4 comes up in public auction soon enough, and how it will perform then. I was so excited about this whole affair that I didn't even plug my laptop in yet. So my apologies. Let's make sure that we don't run out of juice during the broadcast. What a stunning piece. I mean, in many ways, of course, with a much more precious and ornate presentation, and especially with this pink dial color, you might say this is quite the feminine piece, but perhaps that's all for the better, right? What a great companion to a first generation, a reference T tourbillon wristwatch by F.P. Journe. Sometimes I wax poetic about his and hers pieces in this show. Imagine a couple that rocks reference T and Harry Winston Opus 1 Tourbillon Souverain as a his and hers. I think that's probably a horological watershed that not many can beat. Would be quite interesting to observe. So now that we have covered all the references, the three major generations, as well as the important variations and even unique models, why don't we go back to our first generation? This credit due here for the juxtaposition to Hodinkee, to that 2016 article, which names them generations. A little bit confusing, but these are the four major variations, four major series when it comes to the reference T, the first generation, the first reference of the F.P. Journe tourbillon wristwatch. The first series refer properly to the 20 set aside for the subscription series, numbered on the dial as 1 out of 20. That's the most distinctive mark. Also, you will see, especially when it changes, the distinction of the rounded remontoir cock for the first and second series. The second series, which appears here, is by and large quite similar aesthetically to the first series. Two things perhaps that one might notice. The second track that frames the tourbillon cage has smaller markings for each graduated second. Of course, the numbering on the dial disappears, and the watch is now inscribed on the face at the traditional 12 o'clock position as remontoir d'égalité as well. The third generation is largely distinguished by its flat, black polished remontoir cock, even though aesthetically it's still reminiscent of the first two series. With still the large screws on the dial, on the gold dial. The fourth and last generation is perhaps slightly more streamlined. The fourth and last series, I should say, so we don't confuse it with the larger 3 generations, right, of reference T, Tourbillon Nouveau, and Tourbillon Vertical. As you can see, the fourth has thicker fonts for the inscriptions on the dial, even including the numbers on the power reserve. Of course, it also has the black polished flat remontoir cock, and this time smaller screws on the dial. These are the most distinctive markings of the 4 series when it comes to the original reference, reference T. And as you can see, the ruthenium collection is, in an important sense, a very specific variation of the 4th series, again, one of 99 examples. Here's a very helpful guide, nice table from Watches by SJX that actually gives us a lot of information in terms of at least the estimated numbers of each series that was made of the original reference, the souscription or subscription in 1999, 20 examples, cases numbered, and on the dial 2, 1 out of 20 to 20 out of 20, 38 millimeter case with the yellow gold dial, which has that shiny hand-finished quality. And people will also remark on the movement side, the engravings on the case are much more shallow because those are still hand engraved as opposed to the laser engraved and deeper markings from later series. The second generation, so to speak, of the non-subscription early examples of reference T also come from 1999, and there are about 16 or 17 examples. Preserve the same case diameter with yellow or white gold dials that still preserve that shiny, hand-finished characteristic with a thick layer of clear lacquer on them, to the point that the inscriptions on the dial from certain angles seem like they're floating on the surface. The third generation, which has a production period from 1999 to 2001, estimated number of 24 to 44 examples. Still the original 38mm case diameter. Yellow, white, and pink gold dials, which get this sort of less shiny, shall we say, matte treatment, roughly around halfway the third generation. Of course, we have mentioned that the easiest way to distinguish this is to see the appearance of the flat, black polished remontoir coque. And of course, the third generation will still have the larger screws on the dial, whereas the fourth will both have a matte or matte-ish dial that will have the flat remontoir coque as well as the smaller screws, the more pronounced caseback engraving, right? Because the caseback is now engraved with laser, and Holt head screws for the caseback, which might be retrofit for the earlier generations through servicing as well. The fourth series, which have a production period from 2001 to 2003, have an estimated examples somewhere around 250, shall we say, 220 to 320 in SJX's estimation. Of course, still the 38mm case size with yellow, white, and pink gold dials that have a more matte appearance. There is the ruthenium collection, again, of which the production period coincides with the fourth series, exactly 99 examples, introducing the 40mm case size with the ruthenium coated dial. And finally, and this is a reference that we didn't much talk about and that we can possibly for the rest of the show, and maybe even with some sales results. This was François-Paul Journe's way of saying goodbye to the 38mm case size. Coffret 38 was a set of 5 stainless steel 38mm FB Journe pieces. That set included also Tourbillon Souverain, 38 examples, stainless steel case with the mustard colored matte dial. And these are, as it happens, the only examples of the reference T of caliber 1498 in pink gold. Let me see if I can find an example of this. I think the best and quickest way of taking a look at an example is to go to the FB Journe webpage. Again, this is Coffret Acier, the 5-piece stainless steel case, 38 examples. Of the tourbillon souverain, chronomètre à résonance, octa réserve de marche, octa calendrier, and of course the chronomètre souverain, all with the mustard colored dial and unique for the tourbillon souverain in this particular configuration, which the website here explains. The tourbillon souverain, produced between 1999 and 2003, had never existed with a movement in gold, which gives it a double exclusivity in this instance. Let me see if we can find perhaps a look at the movement as well. Yes, we can. There we go. This is the stainless steel case with the 18 karat pink gold movements. The coffret acier, the 5-piece stainless steel case, represents the only instance where we have this particular combination. I think when the set was initially offered, it was right around 300,000 US dollars in its pricing. And this was again 2015, which bid farewell to the 38 millimeter case sizing for the FP Journe pieces. Now, I think another important thing that needs to be mentioned when talking about FP Journe is, of course, the increased popularity that they have enjoyed in an intensifying manner since 2016. Of course, two things have happened in the meantime, so to speak, between 2015 and today, to put it in the broadest time frame as possible. We talked about how the two charity auctions in 2015, the Action Innocence and the Only Watch 2015 edition, were set important benchmarks in terms of the public sale of FP Journe watches, both incidentally examples of the Tourbillon Sovereign as variations of reference TN. Of course, in 2018, Chanel acquired a 20% stake in FP Journe, which had, I think, both a tangible and material effects in terms of the value of the brand, and also perhaps gave it a kind of psychological boost, a kind of vote of confidence as well. Because again, even when it comes to the most exceptional independent brands, we have so many ebbs and flows, so many instances of the rise and fall of many brands, that I think the cash injection was also a shot in the arm and a vote of confidence for the long-term viability of the brand, beyond the fact that it provided, of course, a chance for FP Journe to expand its global reach, not only solidify its foothold, which now I believe comprises of 11 boutique locations. The London boutique has, if I'm not mistaken, recently opened in a new location. But very wisely, and this is a point that is underlined by King Flum of the Screw Down Crown fame, King Flum on Instagram and Screw Down Crown on Substack. He was talking in a related manner about the community building efforts of new independent brands. Ashmoser was an example, MBNF was another, and certainly FP Journe is yet another, and perhaps one of the best examples when it comes to this. And I think that kind of global presence with sustained and frequent events and a variety of incentives that they are able to provide to their collectors might not have been possible in the same way if it weren't for this particular boost that the brand experienced with Chanel's acquisition of a minority stake in FP Journe. Of course, sometimes people get very cynical. So just to underline the organic establishment of this connection, just to perhaps emphasize the real connection between FP Journe and Chanel on the one hand, between François-Paul Journe and the Wertheimer brothers on the other. I need to again perhaps emphasize the collaboration they had in the past. Some of you might remember, again, one of the rare examples of a stainless steel FP Journe watch, the chronometre Holland and Holland. Holland and Holland at that time, at the time of the collaboration, was actually still owned by the Wertheimer brothers, the owners of Chanel, and FP Journe was inspired to realize this unique series of watches that are basically stainless steel examples of, shall we say, chronomètre bleu, 39 millimeter stainless steel case. And most importantly, perhaps, they even dispense with the off-center second subdial to allow the wearer to fully indulge in the Damascus steel dial that was actually taken from two antique Holland and Holland gun barrels. So, you know, this is just a way of saying that the collaboration between Chanel and FP Journe, the movement, the relationship that ended with, or rather that was taken to the next level by that move of Chanel acquiring 20% stake of the brand, actually grew from the enthusiasm of the Wertheimer brothers for François-Paul Journe's creations, and the chronometre Holland and Holland serves as an important version or important testament of that relationship. So here is another table that we can take a look at to have a sense of how many of these watches are out there, in what kinds of series, in what kinds of material, and what they retailed for initially. Of course, there is that original Tourbillon pocket watch from 1983, which has a silver and gold case and that beautiful classic frosted gilt movement. The first three prototypes of which François-Paul Journe still owns one. Platinum with the gold movement, but a closed case back. The other two examples were apparently sold for around 240,000 French francs at the time, which is roughly 48,000 US dollars. The 20-piece subscription series with 38mm platinum case and yellow gold dial with the original caliber 1498 rhodium plated brass movements, which sold for 29,000 Swiss francs at the time, less than $20,000. Oh, to be young and subscribing to FB Journe at the time. The Tourbillon Souverain, the original reference T, which altogether in the 4 generations we looked at, which was produced in platinum and pink gold, more rare in pink gold, and often for that reason more precious on the secondary market in pink gold. Those listed initially for $59,000, the first commercially released, serially produced. The ruthenium edition, which was produced between 2001 and 2003 in 99 examples, with the ruthenium coated gold dial and ruthenium plated brass movements. Still the 1498 caliber. Those retailed for $79,000 originally. Which perhaps we can take a look at as we speak, at least some examples of recent auction results when it comes to the ruthenium collection Tourbillon. There we go. Let's take a look. This is from that same 2022 Christie's Hong Kong auction that came up earlier in the live stream. This is an example of the Tourbillon Souverain in the ruthenium series, 40mm platinum case with the ruthenium coated gold dial, essentially an example of the 4th series of reference T dressed up in a unique attire. With the original brass movement caliber 1498, this time with a ruthenium plating rather than the conventional rhodium-plated treatment. With the matching dépliant clasp in platinum here. This was lot 2381 from the May 2022 Christie's Hong Kong auction. And it went for more than 4 million in Hong Kong dollars, which amounts in the US currency to more than 516,000, more than $500,000 US dollars. Of course, as it happens, one of our own community members who was quite generous to share it with me has an example of this very piece combined here with platinum bracelets on which it is mounted. One of 99 examples, perhaps even more rare in this particular combination. This is the personal example of the real Cars and Chrono. Thank you again, Cars, for sharing it with me. It's really the definition of a heavy hitter in more than one sense. And certainly the lighting didn't really allow me to bring out the distinction of that ruthenium coated dial, which is absolutely striking. I want to go back a little bit because I had the chance to closely examine in one of the auction previews an example of the chronomètre résonance from the ruthenium collection. And the lighting there allowed for a better view. So you can see here, this is from a Philips auction preview, and you can see how the ruthenium plating of the movements and the ruthenium coating of the dial is actually quite distinct. You might even say dramatic, because it also contrasts, I think, more severely with the solid silver off-center dial that is bolted on it than the examples of the gold dials. And of course, the movement itself is perhaps even more impressive because the original caliber 1498 is mostly that block of a bridge plate, right? So that is one of the ones to get, and as mentioned, an example sold last year, more than a year ago now, almost a year and a half, you might say, for more than $500,000. Going back again to our table. The Tourbillon Nouveau reference TN was produced from 2003 to 2018 until the 20th anniversary of the brand, of the first commercially available tourbillon wristwatch by FP Journe as well. I think it has perhaps less than 500 examples. I think altogether, until the 2019 introduction of the Tourbillon Vertical, the new reference TV, there were about 1,000 examples of a tourbillon wristwatch by FP Journe. These were made in 40 and 38 millimeter cases, 38 millimeter examples of the Tourbillon Nouveau with the new caliber 1403 with the pink gold movements are extremely rare. So jackpots, the jackpot for reference TN would be therefore 38 millimeter in pink gold, if you can find it. And we will scour the listings in a little bit together. Right, I've already mentioned pink gold cases, since they were ordered less in terms of number at retail, ended up being more rare and therefore also commanding a slight premium on the secondary markets. I think before these were discontinued, they were selling for around 170,000. So, or maybe 180. So it was quite a steep jump for the Tourbillon Vertical to basically retail at more than $250,000. I think almost 300,000 in US dollars. The titanium, the Tokyo edition, so to speak, that we discussed was 20 examples sold through the 4 boutiques that were available at the time, 07, 08, 5 a piece engraved on the case back accordingly between Tokyo, Hong Kong, Geneva, and Boca Raton, US. Of course, 40 millimeters, titanium case, ruthenium coated dial, a titanium tourbillon cage as well, and with the burnt orange inscriptions, which I think complement the pink gold accents of the watch. These apparently retailed originally for 135,600. The Tourbillon Historique, which we covered, the so-called T30, which marked the 30th anniversary of that original pocket watch, and reimagined it in wristwatch form. 99 examples with the sterling silver pink gold case, 40 millimeters, with a brass movement, frosted gilt finish, 99,000 US dollars at the point of retail. the more limited version of the tourbillon historique, tourbillon dixième, T10, 10 examples for the 10th anniversary of the first FP Journe boutique in Tokyo, for the commemoration of the 10th boutique for FP Journe, which was established at the time, in 10 examples, one for each boutique. These had platinum cases with a rendition of the tuxedo dial, so to speak, 40 millimeter in diameter. And even though the movement was the same as the tourbillon historique, as the T30, and it had the frosted gilt finish, it was actually in pink gold, which adds an additional intrigue, adds further intrigue to both in a case, because, in a sense, I should say, because it makes the T30 the only serially produced wristwatch with a brass movement on the hither side of that 2004 threshold for FP Journe. And it makes for a more modern rendition and more in-character rendition of the original tourbillon pocket watch in contemporary wristwatch form for FP Journe, since it dispenses with the case material, since it renders the movement in pink gold and does away with the hinged case back as well. The T10 apparently retailed for 128,000. The stainless steel version of the tourbillon, which is the only series to render the original caliber 1498, the original reference T movements, in pink gold, in 18 karat pink gold. These were part of the 5-piece sets, 38 sets in total, that contained an example of the tourbillon, of chronomètre à résonance, of réserve de marche, of octa calendrier, and chronomètre souverain. They had 38 millimeter stainless steel cases, which became discontinued. They had mustard tinted yellow gold dials. We took a look, if you would like to rewind. All the examples, we have already talked about it with some visuals. And uniquely, the original movement, the caliber 1498, was here rendered in 18 karat pink gold. The set of 5 watches, the Coffret Acier 38, was sold for $308,200 in US dollars at the point of retail. And the Tourbillon Bleu with the tantalum case and the chrome blue dial, essentially a pièce unique of the Tourbillon Nouveau, sold for 550,000 Swiss francs in the only watch. The purple dial unique example sold for $350,000 in the same year for Action Innocence. And that was the collection, the various references that we went through together. Now I'm gonna take a look at the larger trends in a little while, but I want to also shine some light on some of the subscription, some of the 20 subscription pieces that were sold. I think those meant, again, a lot as benchmark figures, in the same way that we have explained for the charity auctions. Sorry, let me, as I'm looking at my links, I will leave you with this original prototype from 1991, which is F.A. Journe's personal watch, and that is still held in his collection. Again, we are going back in time a little bit to 2015, 2016. We were just saying how those years were very important in the public recognition and price benchmarks of F.P. Journe, at least for the earliest and most rare examples, but it made a difference for everything else as well, even before the pandemic. So let's take a look at the 2015 sale of number 9, because this was a stronger sale since it was a better preserved example. I believe the 2015 sale of the number 9 was the first time one of the 20 subscription pieces came up for auction. I think by now, probably half of them came up for auction, and some of them sold multiple times already. But I believe the November 2015 sale was the first time one of these watches changed hands in a public auction. You're looking at number 9, which sold in November 2015 at Philips Geneva Auction 2 as lot number 112 for 269,000 in Swiss francs. In the spring of 2016, this time at Philips Geneva, on May 15, number 19, which, as you can see, is slightly more beaten up and somewhat molested in terms of its condition. And that one sold as lots number 158 at Philips Geneva Watch Auction 3 on May 15, 2016 for 161,000 Swiss francs. Incidentally, of course, the first series is 20 examples of the subscription pieces, but the second series is even more rare, right? I think it's certainly produced in less than 20 examples, 16 or 17 by some counting. This is the Journe guy who talks about it here on his Instagram. He says, ever since the first souscription number 9 out of 20 appeared on the auction markets, basically 10 of them, 50% of the 20 first series pieces have changed hands, some more than once. In the same time frame, only 4 of the second series appeared publicly, and only 2 of them changed hands. This is a post from November 2021. Roughly 17 pieces in the second series. Probably less exist in altered condition. Remember, we talked about molested examples, sometimes oxidized dials, especially when it comes to earliest series. So a second series, which is sometimes called also pre-subscription. I have heard this particular and quirky way of referring to it. They are perhaps even more rare than the subscription series, and certainly have their unique aesthetic with the remontoir d'égalité inscription on the dial. More recently, number 2 of 20 of the subscription series was sold by Christie's in the now famous The Art of FP Journe auction. This was an event held last spring in Geneva. It was the first time a living independent watchmaker was honored singularly in an auction by a major house. And it was lot number 2039, which sold for 2,707,000 in Swiss francs. Incidentally, the first 2 in the series was apparently owned by the same, or was apparently ordered by the same person who is an early supporter of François Journe. He apparently had the intention to reserve the place for a friend of his to whom he wanted to to whom he wanted to give the gift of FP Journe, so to speak, to whom he wanted to introduce to the world of FP Journe. Apparently, this collector still has number 1. I don't exactly know. I don't exactly know who this is either, so I can't give you many more details, but an interesting story nonetheless. This was number 2, sold by Christie's in Geneva last spring as part of their Importance, the Art of FP Journe auction, and it sold for more than 2.7 million in Swiss francs. Incidentally, there are some very interesting examples that have come up in the same auction, which I think are important to highlight. Here is another example. From the 3rd series, which you can tell from 1, the black polished remontoire cock, and 2, perhaps from the presence of the larger screws. With the pink gold dial, which is a captivating combination with the platinum case. And this piece sold as part of the same auction as lot number 2037 for 768,600 in Swiss francs. An example of the fourth series in that same auction. This is lot 2035, platinum with the pink gold dial. As you can see, this is much later in terms of the case number and also has the smaller screws on its yellow gold dial. It sold for more than 500,000 in Swiss francs. This was lot 2035. And there are some insanely rare versions of the Tourbillon Nouveau that were also part of that selection, part of the Art of F.P. Journe auction, lot 2012. Was an example of the Regency dial. A hand-engraved dial in white gold, matched with the pink gold case. There were 18 examples in total. 10 of them were made with a pink gold case and a hand-engraved white gold dial, with the remaining examples matching the pink gold case with a hand-engraved pink gold dial. These are said to have been made by an artisan engraver in a process that took about 2 weeks for each dial to be completed. Apparently, F.P. Journe first used a similar dial design around 2001 for the International Jewelry and Watch Exhibition in Bahrain. The hand-engraved Regency pattern itself derives from the geometric motifs used in decorative arts during the Régence period in early 18th century. It has kind of an arabesque influence, arabisant, as they sometimes call it in French. Of course, this is something that I haven't even mentioned, but the Tourbillon Souverain in 2004, introduced as Tourbillon Nouveau, actually won the Aiguille d'Or at the GPHG, at the so-called Oscars of horology. It was chosen as the watch of the show in 2004. As you know, F.P. Journe no longer participates in the Grand Prix. He no longer submits his watches for that competition. But this was one of the watches, the Tourbillon Nouveau, namely, that won that prestigious award for FP Journe among many other GPHG prizes. And this is the caliber 1403, rendered in 18 carats pink gold with the remontoir bridge in full display. Well, in display through the cutout, I should say, perhaps. This is a piece that sold at the Art of FP Journe auction in last May as lot 2012 for 453,600. And finally, perhaps one of the most striking examples, we have taken a look at the jade dial version of the Tourbillon Nouveau from Watch for Moise infographic. As mentioned, some of the early examples from around 2004, 2005 still had the single piece dials for the semi-precious stones, but since they were not stable enough, since they were excessively fragile, these were abandoned, I'm guessing around 2007 or so. So you have these fine bridges that separates the two pieces of the semi-precious stone dial at 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock, traditionally speaking, but more so by the crown and by the tourbillon cage on either side of the watch. Obviously, as we were just speaking about in terms of the Cars and Chronos beautiful ruthenium collection example, platinum tourbillon souverain on the platinum bracelet is already quite a spectacle, is already quite rare, a heavy hitter in more than one sense of the word. Combined with the jade dial here, of course, it raises to it rises perhaps to a sublime level of rarity. This piece, which is number 754 TN, an example, a relatively late example too, of the Tourbillon Nouveau from 2018, sold at the Art of FP Journe auction of May 2023 by Christie's. It was lot number 2028, selling for 1,134,000 in Swiss francs. Of course, there was an incredible sense of an event, an historic occasion, even though, to my understanding, François-Paul Journe collaborated very reluctantly with this event and was not actually himself present for the occasion. 40 lots, including the famous three-piece triptych sets of the Vagabondage series, and a hand-drawn sketch by Tamás Feha. This auction totaled a grand sum of 13,665,300 in Swiss francs. And in a way, I understand François-Paul Journe's fear, or maybe I should phrase it a little better, his hesitation to participate more actively in this kind of public endeavor, because, again, coming from really the old guard of independent watchmaking, even though he has perhaps a more oversized mainstream recognizability compared to that generation, you know, if you compare to Philippe Dufour, Roger Smith, Daniel Roth, Kari Voutilainen, and others, I think he knows better than anyone the ebbs and flows of the watch market. So he knew that this particular auction was perhaps taking place at a relatively opportune moment, even though the downturn was already quite significant by last May. The watches of FP Journe were said to have presented an exception for the moment. They were said to not only retain value, but even kept increasing in value. I have to say that's not really borne out in terms of the numbers. And I will go back to the helpful charts produced by everywatch.com that I came across in Revolution magazine. So they have these tables for the sales of FP Journe Tourbillon Sovereign collected from major auction houses from 2004 to 2023. I think you can, in fact, order from them the full report for this individually too, if you would like. And here's the first table. As you can see, it has the total number of appearances for Tourbillon Sovereign between 2004 and 2023. 6% unsold, 136 times. We have seen a Tourbillon Sovereign appear on the markets. The average price of last year was $744,213 in US dollars. The highest selling lot was 3,008,032,727. The first series appeared 6 times, always sold for more than $3 million, as we have just seen this year. The second series appeared only once in public auction by their counting, sold last year for $1,361,000 in US dollars. The third series appeared 9 times by their counting, didn't sell at least on one occasion. This year, the highest one sold for $856,732 for that amount. Previously, it had sold for $1,240,000 US dollars. The fourth series, of which 48 examples appeared in the public auction circuits. The last example sold for more than $500,000. Previously, an example had sold for more than $1 million. Again, just to see how that radical explosion in terms of the price points started tapering off slowly but surely after that high point in 2021 that maybe extended to 2022 for FP Journe as a quote-unquote exception to the crash. And finally, 72 examples of the Tourbillon Nouveau, which have appeared in auctions between years 2004 to 2023. The last average price for the year was $456,232. Sorry, by the way, these were average prices. I'm extremely stupid. So please correct back what I have just said in terms of the first points. The highest selling lots being 1,264,000. So once again, the average price for this year for the series that are most widely available, and that would be the fourth series of the first reference, reference T, and the Tourbillon Nouveau, which was produced between 04 and 18. There is, in fact, a significant downturn from that dramatic climax reached in the perfect storm of 2021 and 2022. Again, just to recap very quickly, that perfect storm, of course, had a lot to do with the post-pandemic or also pandemic era and post-pandemic era of the horological market. But it also had been following on trends that made FP Journe a recognizable player, if only a niche one, in terms of independent watchmakers, starting with 2015, with important sales in charity auctions, starting with 2016, with significant public auction sales of early examples, including the first subscriptions, examples from the first subscription series, the cash injection, and also the psychological shot in the arm received in 2018 by Chanel's acquisition of a minority stake of 20% stake in FP Journe. And of course, that really reassuring the future viability of the brands, as well as increasing and intensifying its global presence in our moment. So this is another chart prepared by them for the years between 2018 and 2023, which has seen the most dramatic increases. The turquoise color is for the Souscription, the first series. Right, you see the dramatic increase between 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and even the subscription has tapered off, as you see. The salmon pink color is the second series, which has appeared only once, so that has remained the same between 2022 and 2023, of course. The slate gray, or rather teal, is the third series, which again saw dramatic increases from 2019 to 2020. And then after a slight increase, remained the same for 2022 and 2023, largely. The fourth series, which is represented by taupe, testifies more or less to the same trends, right? Where we see an upsurge in terms of the interest, recognition, and therefore also the market value in 2020 and 2021. And again, a healthy increase in 2022, which tapers off when you average things out in 2023. Same for reference TN. And overall, the prices seem fairly consistent from the major upsurge that they have experienced in 2021. However, they seem to be tapering off. And As you can see, this is perhaps the most important table provided by every watch. The first one is the Tourbillon Souverain average price from 2004 all the way to 2023. Just to dramatize it, first public auction appearance in 2004, 66,700. And the average in 2023 is more than tenfold that amount, 744,213. And as you can see, 2015 obviously has that huge bump from 80,000 to almost 250,000 in terms of the average because of the charity auctions that we were talking about. Things are bumped off after that, right? Just what I was speaking of in terms of the public recognizability and the prestige boost of the brands from 2016 to 2018. And just as it was tapering off, the brands had a significant boost from 2018, 2019 towards the pandemic and post-pandemic era, where the prices have exploded, even as they seem to be tapering off, as you can see in terms of the trends for every single series as indicated here. Again, I should send this to my friends in the background. So these were really helpful, and I'm sure there will be much that we can learn about not only this particular reference, but also about the average public auction performance of a lot of the iconic models from every watch, everywatch.com. So I will keep them in my purview. I will reach out to them as well for future reference. I want to see if I Love Maldives is still in the audience and whether he has some special requests, because I would like to maybe take a few requests and make up for anything that I didn't cover, but that he Okay. All right. So I will, in that case, I will continue covering a few selections, kind of mixing early appearances with later appearances. We have covered a lot of Christie's auctions so far in terms of results. We have, I think, also touched base with a number of Phillips pieces as well. But I think I want to talk about some early appearances and some more recent appearances in Phillips. And then if we have a little more time, we have about 40 minutes maybe on the clock. By my counting, I was imagining this would be 2 hours, but we have pushed it to 4. But you know, Maldives supports me so much, and I mean it. I mean it also in the way that he pushes me with both suggestions and just general words of encouragement as well. So I really do appreciate him. So I want to do this as extensive as possible. And honestly, it is a unique pleasure for me when I get an opportunity like this. This was, of course, the first public appearance of a subscription. We have talked about this, number 9 from Geneva Auction 2 by Phillips, the one that sold for 269,000 Swiss francs and opened the floodgates, so to speak. Number 19, which followed in its footsteps, which we have also covered. This was from Geneva Auction 3 by Phillips from May 2016, which sold for 161. Then, for example, we see an earlier appearance of reference TN, Tourbillon Nouveau, in a Phillips auction from 2016 as well, namely Phillips Hong Kong Watch Auction 3 from November 2016. This is a platinum piece from the Tourbillon Nouveau series, 40 millimeter case. And it sold for 600,000 in Hong Kong dollars in the local currency, which amounts to $75,000 at the time. So no comment, right? We don't want to depress ourselves about chances that we have missed. A wise man once told me, if if some of your worst memories when it comes to particularly this hobby is about watches that you missed out on, you're living a pretty good life. So, I hope in the future too, some of our biggest regrets, biggest misses, and missed encounters of the year would be just a couple of wristwatches and nothing much more severe, much more significant, God forbid, more devastating. But this is an example, again, of how these watches were valued by the markets. Of course, having a strong inert horological value at the time. I have already mentioned that around this time, the ruthenium collection, which is one of 99, was already a six-figure watch, which around 100,000, which, by the way, of course, still means something, right? Those watches had retailed at $79,000. So, again, even before the craze, in a way, when FB Journe had finally started achieving some sort of mainstream recognition, which is really very little compared to today. Some of the rarest pieces were already examples of watches with value retention and with, therefore, also, according to a certain metric, a potential for investment. I have an example of a third series from 2017, which might present us with a similar moment. This is from Philips Geneva Watch Auction 6 from November of 2017, lot 2032. Beautiful platinum example. With a pink gold dial, with those large screws and the flats, black polished remontoir cock. Of course, in the classic 38 millimeter diameter and with the rhodium plated brass movements. The original 1498. Number 58. It sold for 97,500 Swiss francs at that time, November 2017, for a third series reference T. Now let's take a look at some more recent results and also a pink gold version. We're looking at Philips Geneva watch auction number 18 from this fall season in Geneva. 38 millimeter pink gold case in combination with the pink gold dial. We have already mentioned that when it comes to early Journe especially, the value proposition of the platinum was so attractive to many that they have gone for the platinum, which explains the relative rarity of early pieces in pink gold. And this is just such a watch. My apologies, I just went to get some water, but I'm paying for my bad habit of putting them into the freezer. So I might not be able to drink it for the next half hour anyways, but let's put them out here. And quite frankly, I can also understand the aesthetic pull of the platinum pieces with the earlier rhodium-plated brass movements. I think the pink gold movement in a contemporary Journe watch kind of has its own visual appeal, has its own aesthetic charm to begin with. So, of course, it fits beautifully and conforms to the pink gold case, but it looks just as attractive in combination with tantalum and platinum as well. Not to mention on that rare occasion with a stainless steel FP Journe case. But when it comes to the early brass movements, Journes with the rhodium plating, pardon me, from a personal standpoint, right? You know, we don't need to create some sort of trend out of this, but I feel it doesn't look as beautiful as the platinum case from the back. The pink gold case in juxtaposition with the rhodium plated brass movements. But hey, they're worth they're worth a lot. They might even be more preferable with an eye to future value. Again, pink gold examples being more rare for early Journe. So this is just my silly little preference. And it is most certainly eclipsed by how beautiful it looks from this full frontal view, which combines the pink gold case with the pink gold dial. An absolutely stunning example of a third series, reference T, which was sold earlier this month by Philips Geneva, lot 147 at their Geneva watch auction number 18. And the hammer price was 406,400 in Swiss francs. Just an interesting and very rare example that's coming up in auction, but I will in fact highlight those perhaps all together here. Because the watch that we just looked at was basically the last FP Journe Tourbillon Sovereign sold by Philips in the Hong Kong watch auction number 17 that's going to take place in a few days, and the New York watch auction, which is coming up on December 9 and 10. There are more than half a dozen examples. There's an example of T30, namely number 97. That's going to be lot number 11 at the New York Watch Auction 9, with an estimate of 180,000 to 360,000 US dollars. Which is going to be interesting to watch, right? Because Christie's sold one recently for 378,000 in Swiss francs. Arguably, that watch was in a better condition, but it remains to be seen how this one will perform in a couple of weeks in New York. There's a third series platinum case coming up in the same auction as lot 110, with an estimate set between $500,000 to $1 million in US dollars, number 43/99T. So 43rd reference T made from 1999. The earlier shinier version of the yellow gold dial before they were replaced with the matte finishes, so to speak, or less shiny, let's put it this way. That should be an interesting watch to watch. And an example from the ruthenium collection at the Phillips New York as lot 155. This is the watch that you can see on my Instagram, with that particular example belonging to Cars and Chronos. And this one going up for public auction in New York in a couple of weeks' time as lot 155. And the pre-auction estimate is set between 150,000 to 300,000 in US dollars. Lot 73 from the same auction, which is an all pink gold example with a white gold dial of the reference TN, mounted on a matching bracelet as well, which once again really intensifies its attraction. Tourbillon Nouveau, of course, with caliber 1403, rendered in 18 karat pink gold for its base plates and bridge plates. And that piece has an estimated value between 120,000 to 240,000 in US dollars. And there is and we just looked at this, there's a reference TT, the titanium tourbillon with the titanium cage for the tourbillon, here paired with, here mounted on the platinum bracelets. That's coming up for auction in Hong Kong in a few days as lot number 1005 by Phillips. With the estimate set roughly between 205,000 to 410,000 in US dollars. And there's also the commemorative limited edition made for China, a 5-piece run that was produced in 2010 to celebrate at the time the opening of the Beijing boutique, with a dial that takes after the Chinese flag. That is coming up in Hong Kong as well by Phillips as lot 962, with an estimate that is roughly set between 769,000 to 1,280,000 in US dollars. I do apologize for being largely Western-centric. I do orient myself a little better with US and European currencies, so I do apologize. I tried to translate for myself. I did say that I brought up Christie's enough times already, but I do want to share an early public sale of the ruthenium collection, example of the Tourbillon Souverain. This was literally number one of that 99 piece run. And on June 7th in 2016, it sold for 100,000 in US dollars, with the pre-auction estimate set between 50,000 to 80,000. So again, right above the list price. These were originally listed for 79,000 US dollars. When they were being sold in 2001 to 2003. And it looks like an insane bargain, of course, looking back to 2016. But I think without getting carried away, it's important to recognize what kind of value they started already commanding at the time. Of course, this is the number one. So I think even then, I would say it's was cheap as chips. It was quite a bargain. But again, it's not like rare examples of FP Journe were quote unquote worthless before the hype, right? It's important to recognize how much hype has accumulated around the brand and how that will not last forever. That will not last forever with the same intensity, and it is already tapering off in a certain way, even though, of course, the values are still factors and degrees above the pre-pandemic levels. It's still important to recognize how already around 2016, the brand had started entering the mainstream collectors' consciousness to the extent that especially rare and early examples were already performing quite well in an auction circuit that was at the time almost exclusively dominated by by vintage Rolex and Patek. So it's important to recognize what was going on already then. Now we took a close look at a lot of results from Christie's and Phillips, but didn't particularly look at Sotheby's. So from Sotheby's, in the time that remains, I have about 10 minutes. I want to take a look at some early examples, some early sales, and some late, or rather recent, more recent sales. For example, we're looking at lot number 119 from Sotheby's New York Important Watches from December 2018. This is a platinum example of the Tourbillon Nouveau from around 2008. 40mm platinum case with the white gold dial. The estimate was set, pre-auction estimate was set between 45,000 to 65,000 US dollars, and the piece sold for 87,500. A 2019 sale of a T30, the 99-piece run for the commemoration of the 30th anniversary of that first watch that had FP Journe name on the dial. That first tourbillon, the tourbillon pocket watch, with the sterling silver pink gold case, hinged case back, and a post-2004 brass movements with the classic frosted and gilt finish. This comes from Sotheby's Hong Kong Important Watches, April 2019, as their lot number 2127. It's sold for 675,000 in Hong Kong dollars, which is around 85 or over rather 85,000 in US dollars. There are a few more that I want to highlight before closing. Clearly, I can't get enough. Clearly, I'm a glutton for punishment, but there are few few more pieces that I think deserve some highlights. I think I will privilege the subscription they sold in October 2021. Important Watches Hong Kong. This was number 13 out of 20. First series, the original Tourbillon Souverain Souscription. Platinum case, yellow gold dial, brass movement. Sold for almost 16 million in Hong Kong dollars, which amounts to more than $2 million. Which is very interesting. Cars, thank you. Because we have, again, an early brass movement from 2020 this time. I think even our new audience members can recognize this as a third series. April 20th from Sotheby's Hong Kong, which sold for more than 2 million in Hong Kong dollars. Which amounts to, more than 270,000. My computer started acting up, which I think is actually great timing, I suppose, since it's almost time to close. But I did say that I'm a glutton for punishment. So how about 2 more, simply because we can't get enough. Oh, I think I called up too many pieces from Sotheby's, so I can't get a lot of them. Okay, how can I? We don't look at a lot of black label examples, so I'm gonna do the black label, and I'm gonna do the pink gold case with the white gold dial from last. And one more, maybe, if it opens. It did. Okay, let's start with that. This is a 4th series that was sold by Sotheby's in Geneva last November. Fourth series, platinum with the pink gold dial, recognizable by the smaller screws and a combination of the black polished flat remontoir cock. That was lot 66. On November 9, 2022. And it sold for 478,800 in Swiss francs. May 2023. In Geneva again, at Sotheby's, lot 95. This is a pink gold reference TN from around year 2006 with the white gold dial. That sold for 3,200 in Swiss francs. And finally, a black label, which refers to the black lacquered dial boutique exclusive versions of FP Journe watches that are only offered to collectors with multiple Journe watches at this point, bought from boutiques. Quite rare, and even allocated in limited number to each boutique as well. So it's even more rare that they come up on auction. This reference TN, back in 2021 on November 10, sold for 441,000 in Swiss francs. And frankly speaking, again, before venturing into limited runs of 5 to 20 pieces, without necessarily counting the ruthenium collection, of course, without going into pièces uniques that were made for special customers or special occasions, the black labels might be some of the most collectible and desirable versions, mostly due to their rarity and exclusivity. That can go some way to explain the price. And of course, they will be only available for reference TN. That black label boutique edition was not yet a thing before the first reference T was discontinued. And I'm not sure how they would apply it to reference TV, to the vertical tourbillon. So that gives you probably a few dozens at most for the 14 years that were produced. I don't know, for about, out of maybe at most 500 reference TNs made, I'm really guessing it must be in the number of a few dozens when it comes to the Tourbillon Nouveau. Oh, thank you guys. Absolute Bore, thumbs up, 5 Australian, and Ali Reza, 1008. Yo ho ho, don't know how long you have been going, but crashing now. I'll catch up with you on a show soon. I look forward to that. Thank you so much, Ali Reza. I went for more than 4 hours, which I hope was not too long. Again, thank you so much. I love Maldives for seeking me out to do this. I hope I didn't make you wait for too long. I hope that wait was worth it. I hope the episode for you and for everyone else was not too, shall we say, recherché. I hope it wasn't also too long-winded. Thank you so much for being with me tonight. Please hit the thumbs up on the way out. This was only the first installment in a new series that I call RAAR or RAAR, references and auction results, focusing on one model at a time. Our first installment was on what has already become an iconic and definitive model by FP Journe, the Tourbillon Souverain. Our second installment will be on chiming watches, namely Patek Philippe minute repeaters. And a third episode, I was told, has to be, gotta be, Rolex. We will finalize that, and once it's set in stone, it will be advertised right here on this channel. I do want to share, before I close off, I do want to share the link for the second episode, because I've already set that up for next week. So let me do that. Please save that link. Already hit the like if you want. It would be great. Thad Pasquale, this is your first super chat. I really do appreciate it. It really does help. $10. Thank you so much. Guys, save the date where we will do the same on Patek Philippe minute repeaters, where we will learn about a wide range of references, where we will look first of all into the features, specs, and inert horological value of the watches, but also consider in some extent how they have performed in auctions, in recent auctions, perhaps also going back a few years. So I would really appreciate your presence there. Thank you again for I Love Maldives for germinating the idea of this show and supporting it so enthusiastically. Thank you to all who have super chatted, who have contributed anything in the chat as well. Absolute Bore, Ali Reza, and Thad Pasquale. I really appreciate you all. If you want to support the channel in a sustained way, the memberships are available and they come with exclusive content where I basically do a much more tamed, contained, and bite-sized version of this in terms of 10, 15 minutes videos, and where I look at watches that are currently available in the market, of course, consider them horologically, but also kind of find decent examples of them on the market that are for sale currently. So you can check that out. If you want to contribute in other ways, the links are there in the video description. But I appreciate you in either case. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your encouragement. And thank you to those of you who have, in fact, even advertised this on Instagram. I really appreciate that. I don't even know what to say. So thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, please stay safe, stay healthy, wear your watches and enjoy them. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.